appointed as agents or representatives by the candidates. For clarity, each candidate is allowed a maximum of 1 agent or representative for the purpose of the ballot. Honorable members, in line with the requirements of Standing Order 7.1, a person shall not be elected as Speaker unless supported by votes of 2/3 of all honorable members. The House is reminded that this 2/3 threshold is not a constitutional requirement, but a procedural step to ease the election of a Speaker on the first round of the ballot. The procedural threshold applies only to the first round of voting and does not affect the quorum required for the commencement and continuation of the sitting and the election. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 7.2, in the event that no candidate is supported by the votes of 2/3 of all members at the first round of voting, the candidate who receives the highest number of votes and the candidate who receives the next highest number of votes shall alone stand for election in the next round. The candidate who receives the highest number of votes in the second round shall stand elected Speaker. Honorable members, we have arranged the voting booths next to the dispatch table. There are 2 booths on each side of the table. Members on my right hand side will cast their ballots in the voting booths placed on the side of their side at the table, and vice versa for the members on my left. Honorable members, before the House proceeds to vote, I wish to remind the House that this particular voting is by secret ballot. Members are not allowed to display their marked ballots to the House or to the galleries. Members from the media are also reminded to observe Rule 3 of the broadcasting rules in the first schedule to the standing orders. And for the avoidance of doubt, the said rule provides as follows, and I quote, "Wide-angle shots of the chamber shall be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken so as to show the manner in which a member has voted in any secret ballot." Having explained the voting procedure, I now wish to direct the Chief Sanjara-Tams to open the ballot box and display it to the honorable members. Honorable members, you have witnessed for yourself that the ballot box is empty. And I now direct the Chief Sanjara-Tams to close and lock the ballot box. The next step before we start to call out names for members to come and vote is to inquire of the House of any member designated by the candidates as their agent or representative, which is strictly 1 agent or representative per candidate. If any, I request them to step forward and approach the table so that we can proceed. Honorable members, who is for Honorable Marende? Okay. Okay. So the Honorable TJ Kajwang. And who is for the Honorable Wetangula? The Honorable Dr. Pukose. Okay. Now, honorable members,
we have legitimate issues and interventions to make. You said that after this you are going to call me. That is why I'm asking that you should have allowed us to make interventions.
honorable members,
Those people that will sit down. We are make an intervention. Sit down. Sit down.
members, please be seated so that I can guide the House. Just be seated. Take your seats. Take your seats, honorable members. I want to guide the House. I will allow a few interventions from the members before we proceed to the ballot. And I will now allow the Honorable TJ Kajwang yes. Yeah, I will give you. I will invite you. Just be patient.
Thank you, Madam Returning Officer. And first of all, because this is the first time we are interacting with the table, we want to thank you for preparing elaborately this House to enable to accommodate all of us. I have a constitutional fundamental issue to raise. And members who have been here before and members who are joining us for the first time, this is a debating chamber. And we'll be here for 5 years. And so all the issues that need to be spoken, which the nation needs to know, should be spoken, because that is why we have come, and that is why we took off to present these issues. And so I raise a constitutional fundamental issue on the candidate on the table, which is number 4, Honorable Senator Moses Wetangula, touching Madam Returning Officer. I am sure that when members will keep quiet and listen, they will be able to follow me and be able to respond. And all those issues can be responded to in a very civilized manner. Whether that candidate is legible as a candidate for Speaker. Madam Returning Officer, under the Constitution, Article 103, as read with Article 106, mandates that a person is qualified if that person is not a member of this House, and if he's a member of the other House, he has submitted his resignation to the Speaker. No, just give me time. You are an old man. You are an old man. No, don't say so. Use parliamentary words to me. Now, Madam Madam Returning Officer, as much as I've been able to check out, the member who is number 4 is actually an elected senator of the other house. Now, if he is elected member of the other house, he ought to have presented this resignation to the Speaker. I have learned reliably that that person presented this resignation letter on 9th of August to the Speaker, allegedly to the Speaker of that house. Now, if you look at Article 10, when you look at allow me, order. Order. A day after the elections. I'm explaining myself, please. Now, the Speaker to whom he allegedly delivered his resignation letter was already an elected governor. It means according to the Constitution, 103 says that the term expires on 102 at the date of the general election. The term of this house and the term of the other house expired on 8th, not on 9th. The term of the Speaker of that house expired at that time when that person was elected as governor. It means that on 9th, there was no Speaker to whom the candidate would have given his election papers. So the fact of the matter is that if you have an office without a substantive holder thereof, then that office is no office. So if, as I am reliably informed, that he tendered his resignation to an office without the substantive member being, the substantive holder of that office being validly in that office, then he resigned to no Speaker. I ask you, Madam Returning Officer, because this is a very, it is not, no, he's a returning officer. By law, he's a returning officer. That is what he is, yes? This is an issue which is not only important to us, but important to all those other candidates who have a valid, some of them who are not in this house, who have a valid responsibility to ask. The last one, and this may draw a lot of protestation from somebody who does not like my thinking, and in this house, we must not like each other's thinking. The same person that is the candidate, there is a valid resolution of this house. There is a valid resolution of this house, which in record, saying that that particular person is not eligible to hold a public office in Kenya. Madam Returning Officer, this is a house of records. This is a house of records. There is a resolution of this house, passed by this house, implementable by this house, that the person should not hold a public office arising out of matters concerning integrity. So in both those grounds, I ask you, Returning Officer, to find that one Moses Wetangula is not eligible to be a candidate for the Speaker of this House. I thank you so much. Speaking in this House is very easy.
Honorable members, I will now allow the Honorable Ichung'wah to raise his point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. And let me just begin by thanking the Honorable TJ Kajwang for that point of order. Although unfortunately, Honorable Clerk, and I would really beg this 13th Parliament that we allow each other time to be heard, because the Honorable TJ Kajwang has a right to raise whatever issue he wants to raise, and we all have a right to respond, and eventually the presiding officer will probably make a determination. But allow me to just go straight to some of the issues that the Honorable TJ Kajwang has raised. And it is indeed true that one can only be elected as Speaker if you are not a sitting member of Parliament. That includes members of the Senate. But it is also not true what the Honorable TJ Kajwang alleges, that the Honorable Senator Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. It is indeed preposterous for the Honorable TJ Kajwang to make an allegation in this House that he cannot substantiate by way probably of tabling a copy of that letter that he purports the Honorable Senator Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. It is also in my Honorable Clerk that the Honorable Moses Wetangula indeed resigned 2 days after the gazettement of senators by IEBC in the Kenya Gazette. And those are facts. And I want to believe, Madam Clerk, that in your office, you have a copy of that letter, which the Honorable TJ Kajwang does not have. What is purporting here can only be equated to what they said was opaque. Honorable Speaker, it is also not true that indeed when the Constitution that the Honorable TJ Kajwang is quoting says that the term of Parliament ended on the 8th of August. It is true for the Honorable TJ Kajwang and myself and the Honorable Senator Wetangula, who was a senator in the 12th Parliament. But the office of the Speaker exists in perpetuity. And until another Speaker, today as we speak, Madam Clerk, Speaker J.B. Muturi is still the Speaker of the National Assembly until a new Speaker is elected this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, what's the Honorable TJ Kajwang, and he knows because he's a seasoned lawyer, he knows what he's telling the country on live television as a lawyer is not true, because the Speaker's office exists into perpetuity, and it will until and unless we elect a new Speaker. Speaker J.B. Muturi remains in office. In fact, as we speak, TJ Kajwang, you know Speaker Muturi is seated in his office and transacting business. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, let me not even belabor that point. Honorable Speaker, I just want to beseech that we do not spend a lot of time arguing things that could be described as rumors, hot air, things that are opaque. And Honorable Speaker, I would beg that you, Honorable Clerk, I would beg that you stick to the rules and procedures of this House and occasion the election of a new Speaker to progress without wasting much time. We saw these shenanigans in Bomas of Kenya. The same people who were in Bomas, some of them are here, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chair, and I really want to beg that you do direct that we proceed. Thank you, Honorable Clerk.
Honorable members, I will allow 2 more members. I will allow the Honorable Wandai. Yes, it's a different issue. Not about election of Speaker. Okay, then I will allow the Honorable Duale, please.
Honorable Madam Acting Clerk and the Returning Officer. Madam Acting Clerk, and I think I want first to ask the House that it's great to welcome the new members and everybody here in the 13th Parliament. Honorable TJ, and I really want us to listen to each other, and then at the end of the day, we will vote. Honorable TJ raised two issues, and Honorable Ichungwa answered one. Honorable Madam Acting Clerk, I want to refer you to Article 74 of the Constitution. And it says, before assuming a state office, or acting in a state office, or performing any function of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath or affirmation of office in a manner and form prescribed by the third schedule under an act of parliament. Madam Acting Clerk and the presiding officer for this afternoon, until this morning, before I took an oath as a member for Garissa Township, I was not a state officer. And in that consequence, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula ceased to be the senator for Bungoma on the 9th of August 2022. From the 9th of August to this afternoon, the Honorable Moses Masika, before he submitted his resignation, is a senator-elect. Is a senator-elect. And so is not a state officer. And in that consequences, Madam Acting Clerk, in fact, my submission to you is that based on Article 74 of the Constitution, and that you become a state officer on the basis when you take an oath or an affirmation, Honorable Moses Wetangula, senator-elect, was not under any legal or constitutional obligation even to resign. Resign from what? Resign from what? Because he is not a state officer. Two, Madam Speaker, and that is based on Article 74 of this Constitution. Two, Madam Speaker, the Honorable TJ has raised a report, an adverse report of this House, a resolution of this House that indicted Senator-elect and the candidate of this afternoon. Madam Acting Clerk, I want to prove to you that I had the privilege and to be a member of that 10th Parliament, in which Honorable TJ Kajwang was not a member. And that report was done by the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, in which a ranking member was the chair, the Honorable Eden Kainan. And based on that report, the Honorable Moses Wetangula stepped aside. Madam Acting Clerk, you know resolutions of this House is always based on further investigation by other agencies within the criminal justice system. That this House doesn't have the tools and the equipment to do a serious investigation. So the resolution of this House was sent to other bodies, the way we do, to the DCI, to the Auditor General, to the AACC. And I want to confirm that those agencies have cleared Moses Masika Wetangula and President Kibaki reappointed Moses Wetangula back to his ministerial position. So, Madam Speaker, facts speak for themselves. And Mr. Speaker, let us not use the law selectively. Speaker, we need to vote. Today, we have an opportunity, Madam Speaker. All of us sitting here, apart from the nominated members, we have been dealing with the voters. But today, we are voters ourselves. And we must exercise our constitutional right as 349 members The law is very clear. Even if, and I want to challenge, even if Moses Masika Wetangula did not resign and did not brought you a resignation letter based on Article 74 of the Constitution, the Honorable Moses Wetangula is not a senator of the 13th Senate, of the 3rd Senate, because he has not taken the oath of office. And the moment all of us took an oath of office this afternoon, from morning, we now become state officers, so that you can resign. So, Madam Speaker, let us not have a debate. Let us give chance. These members have an opportunity. They have a constitutional right. Madam Acting Speaker, we have a very daunting task ahead of us. So that report was not tabled. I think myself, Honorable Bandi, Honorable Kainan, there are very few of us who are in the 10th Parliament who know that report. So let us, those who want to vote for Kenneth Marende, I have served under him as a speaker. Those who want to vote for Moses Masika Wetangula, they will vote for him. Let us stop the shenanigans and sideshows. Like the Senate, let us go and have a speaker so that next week we go to orientation and we start implementing the Kenya Kwanza Hustler Fund as fast as possible.
Honorable members, before I rule, it is only fair that I have given 3 members on this side to speak. I will give 3 members on this side to speak. You okay? You okay? Okay. Okay then. I will allow the Honorable Bandi, please. Let me give the Honorable Bandi.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, allow me also she's presiding over the elections. She may be returning officer. I don't know whether she was gazetted or she gazetted herself. But I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate all members who have made it to the 13th Parliament. I know it was not easy, but having said that, allow me just to say one thing. Madam Presiding Officer, this matter, I think, even if it may not be resolved today and we'll proceed and vote, it is something that the people of Kenya need to look at. At what point would an elected member be considered a member of Parliament? By the time, that is your opinion, let me speak my opinion. I'm intelligent enough. Assuming office is not the same thing as being elected. The moment the returning officer in your electoral area pronounces you as elected, it is only the court of law. It is only the court of law which can reverse that decision, whether you take oath of office or you don't take oath of office. Once you have been elected, pronounced as such, gazetted in the Kenya Gazette, as a senator, you become a senator-elect. Whether there is elect after your name or the senator, it is still there. So this is a matter that cannot just be wished away. In fact, I think the people of Kenya made a mistake when we passed this constitution. There is a law, when you look at the constitution, just a minute, when you look at the constitution, Madam Presiding Officer, the constitution speaks to no one can be a member of Parliament if you are a state officer, but goes ahead to exempt serving members of Parliament from running. Now the same should have happened. I don't see why a sitting member of National Assembly cannot run for the office of the Speaker and resign after being elected. That is what happened in 2008 when Kenneth Marende was the MP for Emuhaya. So if something is wrong with our laws, We need to accept it. Let us not speak, just take sides. You took an oath just a few minutes ago to protect this constitution. There is a problem in the constitution. We need to fix it. But as it is today, there is gray area. And therefore, Madam Presiding Officer, whether you let Honorable Moses Wetangula to run or not, the people of Kenya will have to deal with the elephant in the room, that there is a problem with that provision of the law requiring even sitting members of parliament to resign before they become the speaker of either house of parliament. I submit my case.
Let us vote. Let's vote.
Thank you very much, Acting Clerk. I'd like to thank you. And I just like to say that I believe in freedom of speech. But I just want to rise, Madam Clerk, pursuant to Standing Order number 83, as read together with Standing Order number 107. I'm very surprised that you've been allowing people who have been in this house for some time just to rise on points of order based on no particular order. You know, you know, like my very good friend, Honorable Mbadi, I respect him a lot, but he just rose on no point of order. But you know, there was no debate. There's no debate. There is no bill. There is no bill in the House, Madam Acting Clerk. I would like to say this. One, Madam Clerk, you have issued a statement. My very good friend, the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, who is a lawyer like myself, he knows that once you have issued a statement, your statement is either factual, in accordance with this House and standing orders and the Constitution, or he gives further information that he has. But he cannot bring third-rate hearsay into this House to challenge your statement. You know, your statement cannot be challenged on the basis of what somebody has heard. You must produce documentary evidence to countenance your statement. In the absence of that, Madam Clerk, you should rule everybody out of order. May I read, Madam Clerk? According to Standing Order 107, a member commits an act of disorderly conduct of that member if he deliberately gives false information to the House. We were told that Senator Moses Wetangula resigned on the 9th of August. That information has not been given to us here. And you just allowed that member just to sit. And he's a very senior member in the bench, of the bar. And I have a lot of respect for him. My submission, Kura tutapiga, where we are going to vote. My submission, Madam Clerk, in the absence of any documentary evidence contrary to your statement, I submit that we vote. Thank you.
Honorable members, I would like to respond to the issues that have been raised. Yeah. So members, if you could be silent, I will respond on the matters that have been raised concerning one of the candidates who is standing for election. And I want to respond as follows, generally, especially on the matters that have been raised by the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, who has asked a question about a person who is elected as a member of parliament, and in this case, a senator, whether this senator is eligible for election as a speaker. And I have also listened to the various submissions on the matter by the members who have spoken from both sides of the House. I have also looked at the relevant provisions of the Constitution and the law, and I now wish to communicate my findings on this matter. Honorable members, Article 106(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that there shall be a Speaker of each Parliament who shall be elected by the House in accordance with the standing orders from among persons who are qualified to be elected members of parliament but are not such members. The relevant qualification for election as a member of parliament are set out in Article 99(1)(a) and (b) of the Constitution. That is, that the person is registered as a voter and also has satisfied any educational, moral, and ethical requirements prescribed by the Constitution or by an Act of Parliament. Additionally, Article 99(2) provides that a person is disqualified from being elected a member of Parliament if that person is a state officer or a public officer other than a member of Parliament, has at any time within the 5 years immediately preceding the date of election held office as a member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has not been a citizen of Kenya for at least the 10 years immediately preceding the date of the election, is a member of a county assembly, is of unsound mind, is an undischarged bankrupt, is subject to a sentence of imprisonment of at least 6 months as at the date of registration as a candidate or at the date of election, or is found in accordance with any law to have misused or abused a state or public office, or in any way to have contravened the provisions of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Honorable members, let me just go through my finding. First thing I would want to say about the issues that have been raised by members is that on the 5th of September, after the candidate submitted his nomination papers, the candidate in question, pursuant to Standing Order 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I did write to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission seeking confirmation as to whether this particular candidate is qualified to be elected as a member of Parliament under Article 99 of the Constitution, and whether or not is such a member. In a letter dated 6th, please just listen. In a letter dated 6 September 2022, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission wrote back to me, confirming that pursuant to Article 99 of the Constitution and Section 24 of the Election Act, number 24 of 2011, Moses Masika Wetangula is a registered voter. Fact number 00, 105, 121, 119, 09, 45, 11 in Kambuchai constituency. And the IEBC indicated that he is duly qualified to contest for election as Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable members, as you all know, the IEBC is a body established by Article 88 of the Constitution of Kenya and charged with the registration of voters and registration of candidates for election. So the determination by the Commission is formally on record in my office. Secondly, honorable members, now allow me to draw you to Article 74 of the Constitution, which the Honorable Duale has made reference to, and which provides that before assuming office or a state office, acting in a state office or performing any functions of a state office, a person shall take and subscribe the oath or affirmation of office in the manner and form prescribed by the third schedule or under an Act of Parliament. It should also be noted that the third schedule to the Constitution sets out various forms of national oaths of affirmation for state officers, including the one for members of Parliament. Honorable members, a comparative glance, even at jurisdictions elsewhere in the world, and I would like to quote the United Kingdom, a member of Parliament is not deemed to be a member until that person has taken the required oath of office. In the United Kingdom, honorable members, members of both houses of parliament are required by law to take an oath of allegiance to the crown. And MPs cannot take their seat, speak in debates or vote or receive a salary until they have taken oath of affirmation. In fact, in the UK, the seats could be declared vacant if you make such a mistake. And in the United States of America, the Constitution also requires members of the Congress to take and to be bound by an oath of office of affirmation as such. So members usually take the oath before they have assumed office. In view of the stated provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution, members, it is clear that a person who has been elected to serve as a member of parliament retains his status as a member of the public until they assume office as a member of parliament by taking or subscribing to the oath of affirmation of a member of parliament as set out in the third schedule to the Constitution. And lastly, honorable members, let me finish. In any event, even if we were to overlook the provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution relating to the assumption of office, as I have enumerated, and argued that there was need for the senator to resign from office, may I now confirm that I am in receipt of a letter dated 29th August, written by the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, addressed to the Speaker of the Senate, in which he communicated in writing to the Speaker of the Senate his decision to resign from his position as a senator-elect for Bungoma. Now, this letter is addressed to the office of the Speaker of the Senate, which by virtue of the provisions of Article 106(1)(2) only became vacant when the new Senate first met today. So the spirit of the Constitution espoused under Article 103(1)(c) is that the seat automatically becomes vacant upon receipt of the resignation of a letter, and there is no corresponding obligation imposed on the Speaker to accept or decline the resignation. Therefore, honorable members, in the present circumstances, and guided by the provisions of Article 74 of the Constitution, and the letters from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission and from the Honorable Moses Wetangula, I have satisfied myself that the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula is qualified for election as a Speaker of the National Assembly. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable members, I would like us now to proceed. I would like us to proceed now to start the process of voting. And I now invite the Deputy Clerk to call out the names, after which, when your name is called, you will be issued with a ballot paper, and we shall proceed with voting. Thank you.
Dwale Adan Bare. the people with disabilities. Wait. Ngongo John Buddy.
Ita huyo mwingine. Umemwita Bali, yes?
Mwita Mbadi. Mwita Mbadi dole. Mwita. Maalim Farah. Maisha. Disability.
Kanda na hiyo speed tutakuwa mpaka midnight.
Mumo Rose Museo, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Lomwa Joseph Samal.
It's a must that somebody gets the card round one. Sure. Then we'll go to round two.
Sir, use this one. The other one is not audible.
Honorable members, I will allow the clerks to take the papers to the members with disability, please. That is the Honorable Lomwa Joseph Samal, the Honorable Masara Peter Francis, and the Honorable Koskei Jackson, and also the Honorable Mumo Rose Museo.
Chumuel Samuel Moroto, Rai Samuel Gonzi, Welie Adan Keinan. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir, Hassan Abdi Yusuf, Kiunjuru Festus Mwangi, Lokuton Joseph. Mbiuki Jafet Biriki Kareke, Odhiambo Mili Grace Akot, Sirma Musa Cherutich, Wanjala Rafael Sauti Bita. Abdul Rahim Dawood, Arama Samuel, Aramat Lemanken, Badi Twalib. Bowen David Kagongo, Chege Sabina Wanjiru, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel, Chesebe Fred Kapondi. Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph, Gakuya James Mwangi, Gikaria David, Gimose Charles Gumini. Ichungwa Anthony Kimani, Injendi Moses Malulu, Kaluma George Peter Opondo, Kanchori Elijah Memusi. Kiaraho David Njuguna, Kihara Jane Wanjiru Njeri, Kingola Patrick Makau, Kibuot Julius Meli, Kipiogon Johanna Ngeno.
Honorable members, a question has been raised by a member. I just want to give you guidance because a member has raised concern about how to mark the ballot paper. And the standing orders 6 of our National Assembly standing orders provide that you are supposed to mark the ballot paper by placing a mark in the space opposite the name of the candidate. I would urge members to put a tick or an X, but any other mark would be a mark. But put an X or a tick, but just a mark would be sufficient. You will not be disqualified. Yes, yes. Put a mark inside the place provided for you to mark. I would appreciate a tick or an X, but any mark is accepted.
Kombe Harrison Garama, Correre Sara Paulata, Koi John Waluke, Koyo James Onyango, Langat Benjamin Kipkurui, Balu Jessica Nduku Kiko, Boko Mishi Juma Hamisi, Bui Robert, Mohamed Junaid Sheikh Nur, Mule Stephen Mutinda. Mulu Makali Benson, Mosao Vincent Musioka, Naika Johnson Manya, Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Nyamai Recho Kaki, Nikal James Wambura, Ochieng David Ouma, Odanga Geoffrey Makoha, Oduor Christine Ombaka, Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Owor Joshua Aduma, Kosing David Lesiaku, Pukose Robert, Raso Dido Ali, Robbie Mataz Nyamabe, Shimbwa Omar Munyi, Shinyali Bernard Masaka, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Sudi Oscar Kipchumba, Sunkuli Julius Lekakenyi.
Unaona walishindwa Senate.
Wahome Alice Mudoni, Wandai James Opio, Wangwe Emmanuel, Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin, Cholule Liza Chipkorir, Lesuda Josephine Naisula, Wanjira Martha Wangari, Aburi Lawrence Mpuru, Muhia Wanjiku. Oundo Wilberforce Odiambo, Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh, Adagala Beatrice Kahai, Akuja Protas Ewasit, Alpha Miruka Ondieki, Amolo Paul Otiende, Atandi Samuel Onuga, Badar Salim Faisal, Baya Owen Ya, Bedzimba Rashid Juma, Buyu Rosa Akinyi. Chege John Kiragu, Chepkoni Charity Katambi, Gachobe Samuel Kinudia, Gatiru Benjamin, Gitari Joseph Gachoki, Gitau Faith Wairimu, Gidinji Robert Gichimu, George Macharia Karaoke, Gogo Lilian Achieng, Guyo Ali Wario.
Another batch of 10.
Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Hassan Kulo Maalim, Hiribae Said Buya, Kagesi Kivai Ogesi, Kahangara Joseph Mburu, Kalasinga Joseph Simiu Wekesa Majimbo, Kamene Joyce, Kamuren Charles, Kandie Joseph Chebiogon, Karani Stephen Washira.
Already have a minute. So 240. Tunaenda tu second round. Alafu 340 also has not been sworn in. Lakini hapa pick up 340 not sworn in. 2 Bibidu Mohammed. She was not sworn in. Bidu. 340. Baada ya huko ni mbali, mtu mwingine tunaongea. Ngoja.
Nimefika hapo.
Ngoja. Hao wako wengi sana.
Namba 49 mbona nimepitwa?
Nimefika.
49.
Uliitwa.
Nimeitwa. Nenda tu upige.
Ingia tu pale. 49. Nimekuita.
Karemba Eric Muchangi, Kasalu Irene Modoni, Kasait William Kamket, Katana Paul Kahindi, Kemei Justice Kipsang, Kemero Maisori Marwa, Kimani Francis Kuria, Kimulu Joseph Kivinda, Kingara Simon Nganga, Kirima Moses Guchine, Kitty Richard Ken Chonga.
But I realized this one is different. It's different. To be Bidu Mohammed. Around 340 or 341. That is that one was sworn in. One has not been sworn in. It's 340 also. I don't know why.
How can I 340?
It's the same number.
This one,
Yeah. Not sworn in. Hapo umefika
Koech Nelson, Kosgei Hilary Kiplangat, Kwenya Duku Zakari, Jackson Leku Montare, Peter Lochakapong, Luyai Kalebamisi, Mawade Julius Musili, Bai Nimrod Bituka, Mizigi Lydia Haika, Mohammed Ali. Momanyi Innocent Obitu, Mongina Jerusha Momanyi, Mushira Michael Mwangi, Muhanda Elsie, Muiruri Mudama Stanley, Muhwana Titus Hamala, Muli Fabian Kule, Muliung Gideon Mutemi, Murugara George Gitonga, Rindikiri Mugambi.
The only people who are there are the ones who are voting. Now, agents. I don't know whether you can go to Kajua ni agent. No, we are almost there. We are almost there. We are almost there.
Members, please,
Mutua Didimas.
I would like to request the members who have voted to clear the voting area so that we are able to allow other members to vote. Thank you. Members, please, once you have voted, clear the voting area to allow other members to vote. Thank you.
Mutua Didimas Wekesa Barasa, Mutunga John, Mwakuona Danson, Mwale Nicholas Tindi, Mwalika David Mboni, Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu, Mwirigi John Paul, Nabulindo Peter Oscar, Ndungu George, Nganga Alice Wambui.
Oh, first name is not Mikau. The surname is not Mikau.
Ngikolong Nicholas, Nguna Charles Ngusia, Joroge Mary Wamaua, Ntwiga Patrick Munene, Nyamita Mark Ogola, Nyamoko Joash Nyamache, Nyenze Edith Veti, Nyoro Samsung Ndindi, Zamba Tadeas Kidua, Nzengu Paul Musimi.
Which number? Oh. Hiyo ndio tayari. Shida sana. So you note there. No, nasema tutanote kwa Boss Shule that she has voted. But has she? Lakini utazoma tu. Utazoma tu because they are crossing. So she cannot vote twice. Yeah. I think you can call another note. Yeah. Another one.
Ndioka Erastus Kivasu, Obare Eve Akinyi, Obo Ruwaida Mohammed, Odege Tom Boya, Odiambo Elisha Ochieng, Odoyo Okelo Jared, Oku Edward Kaunya, Okwame Andrew Adipo, Oluosh Anthony Tom, Omboko Milemba Jeremiah.
Choka utasema. Eh?
Omwera George Aladwa, Ongili Babu Owino, Onyego Silvanas Osoro, Otucho Mary Emase, Owino John Walter, Owino Martin Peter, Oyula Joseph Maero, Pasaris Esther Mudoni, Paul Abuor, Risa Sankuya George. Sane Ibrahim Abdi, Sholei Gladys Bose, Shurie Abdi Omar, Sitenei Janet Jepkomboy, Tandaza Kasim Sawa, Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal, Tonui Joseph Kipkoske, Washira Rahab Mukami, Wamasukuru James Gidua. Wambilianga Catherine Nanjala, Wamuchomba Gadoni, Wangaya Christopher Aseka, Wanjiku John Juguna, Waweru John Kiarie, Were Charles Ongondo, Yegon Brighton Leonard, Yusuf Adan Haji, Elachi Beatrice, Wa Naomi Jilo. Sagon Florence Jematia, Abdi Ali, Abdi Hamis, Abdirahman Hussein Mohammed, Abdirahman Mohammed Abdi, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Aburi Donya Doris, Ado Mohammed Adan, Ali Abdisarat Khalif, Barasa Patrick Simiu, Barongo Nolfason Obadia.
No, Flikuita ni vile, I think it was consultations allowed. Sijafika? Ndai? There is a ranking member.
Unajua inarudi page 10, inarudi kwa B. I've gone back to the below by using the order. Just a minute.
Ile ingine tulifanya.
Every page you mark it. Some wengine ni
Sawa.
Bare Hussein Abdi, Bato Phyllis Jepkemoi, Basil Robert Ngui, Diego Paul Kibuchi, Bisau Morris Kakai, Bona Mumina Golo, Busia Ruth Adhiambo Odinga, Buire John Okano, Caroline Jepto, Chebor Paul Kibet.
Flikuita mheshimiwa 72. 72. Just get him to the line. Yeah, come on.
Cherorot Joseph Kimutai, Chiforomodo Mangale Munga, Chimba Zamzam Mohammed, Denar Joseph Hamisi, Dabolen Pamela Njoki, Emate Joseph, Farah Yusuf Mohammed, Gachagua George N, Gichoi Kagucha John Philip, Gichuki Edward Mugo, Gisairo Cliff Ombane. Guyo Ade Wario, Hamisi Kakuta Maimai, Haro Abdul Ibrahim, Harun Suleka Hulbale, Ikana Frederick Lusuli, Ikiara Dorothy Modoni, Iraya Joseph Wanaina, Idinji Shadrach Mwiti, Jaldesa Guyo, Jeho Fatuma Abdi. Jihanda Zahia, Kagiri Jen Wangeshi, Kagombe Gabriel Gatuka, Kahugu Eric Mwangi, Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu, Karauri Ronald Kamuiko, Karito Kiili Daniel, Kasiwai Rael Chepkomoi, Kimei Beatrice Chepngeno, Kode Felix Odiwar. Kiamba Susan Dunge, Kibagendi Anthony, Kihungi Peter Irungu, Kilel Richard Cheriot, Kipkoech Gideon Kimayo, Kipkoros Joseph Makilap, Kiplagat David, Kipngor Ruben Kiborek, Kiprono Mutai Alfred, Kirwa Abraham Kipsang, Kitani Marien Chebet. Kitilai Olentutu, Kitur Bernard Kibor, Koech Victor Kipngetich, Komingoi Kibet Kirui, Koril Adams Kipsanai, Yakub Ado Kuno, Karuria Elijah Njore Njoroge, Lelmengit Joseph Kipto Koske, Lengarus Pauline. Letipila Dominic Eli, Lynette Chepkorir, Logova Sloya Clement, Titus Loti, Mnaiba Julius Taitumu, Michelle Mohamed Sood, Maina Betinjeri, Maina Jen Jeri, Maina Mwago Amos, Maingi Mary, Makali John Okwisia, Mamwacha Onchoke Charles.
Hapo. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3.
Manduku Daniel Ogwoka, Marubu Monica Mudoni, Masito Fatuma Hamisi, Madenge Duncan Maina, Mayaka Irene Nyakerario, Mnyazi Amina Laura, Mogaka Stephen, Mohamed Abdikatir Hussein, Mohamed Adan Daudi, Mohamed Ulmkar Haron. Mohamed Fatuma Zinabu, Moka Nyakundi Jafot, Mrembo Irene Joki, Mugabe Innocent Maino, Muge Cynthia Chepkoskei, Mukunju John Gitonga Moniki, Mulana Geoffrey Ekesa, Mule Caleb Mutiso, Munyoro Joseph Kamau, Mpe Anthony Kenga. Muradha Ann Wanjiku Mugo, Muriu Wakili Edward, Murumba John Chikati, Mutuse Mwengi, Mwafrika Augustine Kamande, Mwalio Joshua Mbiti Mutua, Mwangi Geoffrey Wandeto, Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru, Mwenje Mark Samuel Muriithi, Nabi Nabwera Daraja, Nabuin Paul Ekwom, na Moit John Ariko. Nduyo Susan Gugi, Nebat Bernard Muriuki, Ngitit Cecilia Asinyen, Nguro Onesmus Ngogoyo, Omanyo Catherine Nahabi, Omondi Karoli, Orero Peter Ochieng, Oron Joshua Odongo, Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Osogo Bensuda Joyce Atieno, Oyugi Dick Maungu, Pareyo Agnes Mantaine, Ruku Geoffrey Karioki Kiringa, Ruto Julius Kipleting, Sakimba Parishina Samuel, Salasia Peter Kalerwa, Sankaire Lea Sopiato, Shake Peter Mbogo, Sheikh Umar Kar Kasim, Sigei Francis Kipiogon Arab. Siad Amina, Siyoi Lilian Chibet, Tonkeir Rebecca, Toroitish Timothy Kipchumba, Tungule Charo Kenneth, Wanaina Anthony Njoroge, Wanaina Michael Wambugu, Waidaka John Machua, Wamboka Nelson Jack. Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Yakub Farah Sala, Yegon Richard Kipkemoi.
ask them to take their seats.
Honorable members, we are almost coming to the conclusion of the voting. Before we do that, I have received a request from one member, the Honorable Murio Wakili, a member for Gatanga. He has indicated to me that he has spoiled his ballot. I will indulge to be issued with another ballot. I have the ballot that he had already marked, and I will proceed to cancel this ballot. Now I have cancelled it, and I have destroyed it. No, I am not. Yes.
We were not hard on the matter, and I had raised objections on it. Yes.
He has, honorable members, the member has not cast this ballot.
Yes. But he has
so
made
because
a decision. The person has clearly marked the box, and he has not marked two boxes.
since he has not cast his vote and he has made the request,
look at the standing order.
And he is
the
voting.
Standing order says in error. You have to prove that it is in error. Look at that standing order. Refer to it. No. Ngoja kidogo. I'm doing my work as an agent. Look at that. It means you have to show that it is in error.
Honorable members, to the best of my knowledge, voting is you vote by will. You vote for who you desire to vote for. So I will allow the member to pick another ballot and vote according to his will. Yes.
Now, Dombi, has that ballot been registered as a spoiled ballot?
Yes.
As a spoiled ballot? So the person is not entitled to a reissue?
No, he has been reissued. But he has voted.
Sheria gani sasa nyinyi?
He has voted.
Hata ya chebukati si hivyo. If you have spoiled your ballot box, huwezi kupata kura ingine.
The communication was if you spoiled, you are reissued with a new one.
Murui Wakili Edward.
Share vote. Huh? The vote. Yes, cast. So we should continue to the next.
Ule share vote.
Yeah, sawa. So I'm a vote. So we then go to the next. Confirm whether there is.
Honorable members, is there any other member who has not voted and would like to vote? Any other member present in the chamber who has not voted and would like to vote? So, honorable members, it appears to me that the last ballot has been cast. However, if there is any member who has not voted, he or she may now step forward and vote. Is there any? Okay, there is none. So, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 6.6, it does therefore appear to me that every member present who wishes to vote has voted. Now, therefore, I invite the two agents, one for each candidate, to come forward and witness the counting.
Witness the counting.
I see the agents have stepped forward. I now order that the ballot boxes be unlocked for examination of the ballot papers. And I further direct that each ballot paper be examined once the boxes are opened. Officers, please proceed to count and tally the votes.
This is how we'll do it. I'll be picking a ballot paper. I display it. I read out the name. I display it. And then we have two officers who are holding the ballot papers. One is holding for Honorable Marende. The other officer is holding for Honorable Wetangula. We have officers here who are also doing tallying. But at the end, we will also count again, one by one. Is that in order?
That's okay.
Good.
At the same time, can you allow those clerks who are there to tally what
Yes.
there?
You tally the totals. Give us your tally.
Yes.
Okay. Moses Masika Wetangula.
Yes.
Right? Who is holding Masikas? You can't be behind. Sit here. So that full view. Yeah, the officer should be there also. Moses Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Moses Masika Wetangula. Moses Masika Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Moses Masika Wetangula. Moses Masika Wetangula. Kenneth Otiato Marende. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Could members kindly clear from here? We only want the officers and the tellers. Members kindly clear from here. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Please push back a bit. Kindly. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, 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 Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, 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 Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 spoiled. Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Marende, 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 Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula,
Please open the second ballot for me.
Now open.
this one is spoiled. Hadi. Rejected, eh? It's there. Rejected. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Rejected.
No, there is a mark there.
Disputed.
No, because sour. No, it is completely full.
Disputed.
Sour.
Disputed.
It has to be disputed.
Disputed. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. 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 Wetangula. 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 Marende. Wetangula. Wetangula. Marende. Marende. Wetangula. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Wetangula. 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 Marende. Marende. Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula,
How many marks across? Swali. Pamoja. 1 mark.
Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, 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 Wetangula, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, Marende, Wetangula, 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 Marende. The small piece here
It is part of the other one.
that seems to be part of this.
Yes.
I will leave it to the tellers.
No, it is part of that. It is all of this out. It is, yes. It is complete.
Okay, let us argue that.
It is
Thank
complete.
you. We will call it disputed. In the meantime, we will do the tally.
But why can't we sort it out? That is part of that.
It is the returning officer will sort.
Okay.
Right. Sorry, I needed to show you that there's nothing there.
Okay.
I needed to show you there's nothing there.
I've seen it on behalf of DJ. I've seen on your behalf. There is nothing.
So, disputed. Hold it. Read it. All members, please push behind. Please push behind. We will start counting. I will start with Honorable Marende. Tell us.
Yes.
Tell us, officers.
I'm here.
Do I have your permission?
Yes. Huh?
And I say, hey, Honorable TJ, I am starting, and when I count, I'll return it back. So this is for Honorable Marende.
Okay.
This is for Honorable Marende. Honorable Mbaya, please. You're not a teller. So we start.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 28, sorry, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130.
For Marende.
That's for Marende. 130. Please get envelopes. Seal these papers on envelope. Don't seal yet because we'll use the boxes. We're going to use those boxes. Don't seal. Don't seal. Okay. Wetangula. We're counting for Honorable Wetangula, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48,
49. That is 49. The one you've dropped now is 49.
Sure?
Yes.
49.
So you're going to 50, yeah.
Okay. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. Let's hold on. Right? This is 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214. Tell us for Wetangula.
It is there. That is it. 214.
214. And that. Is that the same number you have?
The same number.
Same number? Good. Now we have one disputed.
One disputed.
We have one disputed. So we'll
Let's
ask
agree.
So I'll ask the tellers. So
I think we can agree. The DJ. It is okay. Okay. Yes, agreed.
For who?
Wetangula.
For Wetangula.
Yes. So it becomes 215.
So for Wetangula is how many?
215.
For Marende?
130.
Spoiled votes?
1.
This one?
Rejected.
Rejected vote?
1.
1. Abstention?
0.
Abstention?
No, nobody recorded.
So let's do the tally. Yes, sir.
Can they register?
Can the officers...
This comes to 340.
The officers who are the register.
345, 346.
Ms. Maritim, Mr. Finley. Ms. Maritim.
This comes to 346. 346, meaning you have 3 members who did not vote.
Mr. Tiampati, how many? Your list.
Okay.
346. Miss Maritim, where is the list?
Susan.
That you are cancelling with Mr. Finley.
So one has not been sworn in, one is sick, and then the other one? Huh?
One is not on the list. Miss Maritim, Mr. Finley Morioki. Yes?
So, honorable members, order please. Order, please take your seats. Honorable members, please take your seats. Yes. Where? Honorable members, please take your seats so that I can guide the House on the next course of action. Honorable members, as earlier mentioned, Standing Order number 7.1 provides that a person shall not be elected as Speaker unless supported in a ballot by the votes of 2/3 of all the members. That is, unless supported in our case by the votes of 233 members. Honorable members, it is clear from these results that none of the candidates has met the threshold required under Standing Order 7.1 to secure the first round of the win. Now, I say this because in the results that I have with me, the results are as follows. Yes. The Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula has got 215 votes for this first ballot, while the Honorable Kenneth Marende has scored 130 votes. So the total number of valid votes cast is 345. We have one spoiled vote. We have no, yes. We have one abstention. We have no abstention. So the total number of votes that were cast, or the total number of votes, is 346. This is signed by the tellers, the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, MP, and the Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose, MP. Given this scenario, we do not have a clear winner. What ordinarily ought to happen is that this should take us into the remit of Standing Order number 7.2, which provides that if no candidate is supported by the votes of 2/3 of all members, as has happened in this election, a fresh election shall be held. And in that election, the only candidates shall be the candidate or candidates who received the highest number of votes in the ballot referred to in paragraph 1. In this case, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. And the candidate or candidates who in that ballot receive the next highest number of votes, in this case, the Honorable Kenneth Marende. Indeed, there are no other candidates, as you are aware. Honorable members, we should therefore be proceeding to the next round of ballot. However, I have, please take your seats, honorable members, the members at the bar, take your seats. Please take your seats. However, I have received a written communication from one of the candidates, namely the Honorable Kenneth Marende, indicating that he does not wish to proceed to the next round of ballot. Honorable members, this communication is witnessed by the member for Suna East, the Honorable Junet Mohammed. In the circumstances, honorable members, noting that there is no other candidates to compete with the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, I now take this opportunity to declare that the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula stands elected as the Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable members, please take your seats. Honorable members, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. So, honorable members, now having declared the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula elected as the Speaker of the National Assembly of the 13th Parliament, I now direct the Chief Sergeant at Arms to search for the said Moses Masika Wetangula, identify and present him before me here in the assembled house, so that he may take and subscribe to the oath of office of a Speaker in accordance with the Constitution. Chief Sergeant at Arms, proceed.
Madam Clerk, following your instructions. Madam Clerk, following your instructions, I now present to you Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula.
Congratulations, Mheshimiwa. Yes. Honorable members, I will now proceed to administer the oath of office to the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula. Would you like to swear or to affirm?
Swear.
Swear with the Bible?
With the Bible.
English or Kiswahili?
Whichever. English.
Please proceed.
I, Moses Francis Masika Wetangula, having been elected as Speaker of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of the National Assembly, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will do right to all manner of persons in accordance with this Constitution of Kenya and the laws and conventions of Parliament without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God. Thank you.
Proceed to subscribe to the oath of office by signing the oath.
Honorable Speaker, congratulations on your election as the 8th Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, on whom falls the greatest responsibility of guardianship of the authority of this House. I do wish you well and commend that you submit to the will of the House. As you assume the office and embark on discharging the duties of the Speaker, I trust that you will find this set of past rulings by your predecessors most useful. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Go.
I want to go there. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, congratulations. Please do take charge of your house now. Honorable members, the Honorable Speaker presiding.
I see. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, the Clerk of the National Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the honorable members here assembled for the high honor that you have bestowed upon me by electing me as the Speaker of this august House. I accept and submit to your will, and I'm ready to serve as the 8th Speaker of the National Assembly since our independence. I commend all the citizens who expressed interest in becoming your Speaker by formally returning their nomination papers and laud the efforts of my worthy opponent in today's election, the Honorable Kenneth Marende, who also happens to have been one of my distinguished predecessors, having served as the 7th Speaker. My other distinguished predecessors include Sir Humphrey Slade, the Honorable Frederick Mbiti Gideon Mati, the Honorable Moses Kiprono Arap Keino, the Honorable Professor Kimetet Arap Ngeno, the Honorable Kausai Francis Xavier Olekaparo, and my immediate predecessor, the Honorable Justin Beda Njoka Muturi. I am eternally humbled and extremely privileged to now occupy this hallowed seat. Honorable members, when I look at you and visualize the grueling campaigns you have all undergone, I must say that I am proud of all of you for ultimately making it to this House a dream for everybody. I commend you. I'm delighted to note that over 55% of members of the last parliament have been re-elected. Of this category, 24 of you served in the previous parliaments. Your re-election demonstrates the confidence that the citizenry has in the leaders that they elect to this House. Spurred by this, we should therefore be confident that if we are true to our oath or affirmation of office and responsive to the needs of our people who are sovereign, we will always be the people's house. Allow me at this point, honorable members, to single out and congratulate part of the leadership of the last previous parliaments who have made it back to this House. These include the Honorable Aden Duale, who was the leader of the majority party in the 11th Parliament and the larger part of the 12th Parliament. My felicitations also go to the Honorable John Mbadi, the immediate former leader of the minority party, and his former deputy minority leader, the Honorable Robert Mbui. Permit me too to recognize the Honorable Farah Maalim, who served as the deputy speaker in the 10th Parliament. My congratulations also extend to the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, the immediate former majority whip, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the immediate former minority party whip, and the Honorable Jessica Mbalu, a former member of the Presidium. I welcome you back to the service of this House. Honorable members, the National Assembly of the 11th Parliament had 68 female members. That number increased to 76 in the last Parliament. Today, this 13th Parliament has seen the number rise to 82, with 29 women having been elected to represent single-member constituencies. This increase is a significant step towards achieving the aspiration of the gender parity in representation as desired by our 2010 Constitution. I wish to single out the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, who is now serving her 4th consecutive term. I salute you, Member for Suba North, for your resilience and continued service to our nation. Particular mention also goes out to the Honorable Lynette Toto Chepkorir, member for Bomet County, who at the age of 24 is the youngest member of the 13th Parliament. Mheshimiwa, you are a great inspiration to the youthful leaders of this country, and we wish you well. I'm also reminded of the premium that our society now places on the leadership qualities of persons living with disabilities when I see seated in this chamber the Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi Wetangula, my young sibling and a leader in his own right. He now commences his 3rd term consecutive as a member of Parliament and is ably joined by the Honorable Rose Museo, serving her 2nd term, the Honorable 3rd term, the Honorable Joseph Samal Lomwa, who was here before and has come back for a 2nd term, the Honorable Jackson Kipkemoi Kosgei, and the Honorable Martin Pepela Wanyonyi. You are a great inspiration and a beacon of inclusive leadership in our great country despite the odds. Honorable members, I also do recognize and acknowledge the Honorable Samuel Moroto, the Honorable Adan Kainan, the Honorable Gonsirai, who are currently embarking on their 5th terms, thus becoming what we refer to in the parliamentary parlance as the fathers of the House. Their parliamentary experience shall enrich the deliberations and output of this House. Honorable members, for those who served in the 12th Parliament, you will recall that the standing orders were reviewed before the final adjournment of the House. Notably, the standing orders now allow for co-sponsorship of legislative proposals and bills by members. Members of this House shall also be able to co-sponsor bills with senators and vice versa, where an unidentified member shall be in charge of steering debate on a Senate bill in this House. This, in my view, is a progressive addition to the procedures of the House. Honorable members, the revision of the standing orders in the 12th Parliament also increased the number of the committees of the House. New committees include the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee, the Public Petitions Committee, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee, and the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. These changes and many others to the standing orders shall strengthen and streamline the workings of Parliament. Honorable members, my predecessor, the Honorable Justin Muturi, in his acceptance speech after being re-elected as Speaker for the 12th Parliament, undertook to implement a paperless system in the House. This was in line with the strategic pillar 4 of the Parliamentary Service Commission Strategic Plan 2019 to 2030 on the implementation of an e-Parliament by automating and digitizing all systems and processes. In this regard, I urge you all to be friends with the electronic gadgets in this House and in the committees. Honorable members, speaking of the Honorable Justin Muturi, what many of you may not know is that he's not just my predecessor. He was my roommate at the University of Nairobi, at the School of Law. He was also my classmate. He is my age mate and a longtime friend. We made our debut in Parliament together in the 7th Parliament. We were appointed earlier in our years as magistrates on the same date. Indeed, I do not know whether to call it fate, sheer coincidence, or maybe it's God's plan, but whatever it is, our paths in life have always met, and today they meet again. Indeed, although once in a while we have found ourselves in different political sides, our friendship with the Honorable Muturi goes back many years, and I'm therefore honored today to take over from my dear friend. Honorable members, the Honorable Justin Muturi shall be remembered for the great legacy and reforms he leaves behind, and you do not have to look further, just look around. Members who have previously served in this House can attest to this. Members of the 13th Parliament shall move into the new modern offices in the tall brown building you may have seen at the corner of the Parliamentary Square, a project that was well executed under Honorable Muturi's leadership. As the chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, he has left behind an excellent and professional parliamentary service. His communications and rulings on various constitutional, practice, and procedural matters were landmark, novel, and rich in jurisprudence. I could go on, but all I can say, he did a great job for this House and this country. Honorable members, I'm particularly honored that for the first time in the history of Parliament, the Honorable Justin Muturi has also set a precedent through a symbolic and formal handover process that you just witnessed when I was declared the Speaker. This is not only honorable, but it is an act that shall remind us for a long time of his great leadership style. The symbolic handover process by a Speaker should indeed be part of the traditions of this House, and it is a practice we should carry on. Having said this, join me now in applauding the former Speaker of this House, the Honorable Justin Muturi. Thank you. Honorable members, the author Gary Levy, in the book Speakers of the Canadian House of Commons, notes that presiding officers in the Commonwealth customary relinquish their right to participate in debates. Put differently, despite the title, a speaker does not speak but allows members to speak and presides over debate in the House. I'm aware that the Constitution precludes the Speaker from voting on any question proposed for decision in the House. But as your Speaker, I'll let my work speak for me. Honorable members, in this 13th Parliament, I undertake to prioritize two key issues. These are enhancing public trust in this House and the institution of Parliament, and nurturing and upholding comity between our two houses and between the National Assembly and other arms of government, with particular attention to our judiciary, which has often appealed for reasonable consideration by the legislature. Honorable members, the Constitution states that the authority that has been assigned to you and I under oath is a public trust. Hubert Humphrey, the 38th Vice President of the United States of America, is quoted to have stated that, I quote, "Anyone who has ever been elected to public office understands that one commodity above all others, namely the trust and confidence of the people, is fundamental in maintaining a free and open political system." In assuming our respective offices in this House, we are under a constitutional obligation to discharge our mandate in a manner befitting the offices that we have been entrusted to hold. As your Speaker, I undertake to strengthen public trust in the institution of Parliament. I will be keen to midwife, through the Parliamentary Service Commission, live broadcast of committee proceedings and the full operationalization of Bunge TV channels to highlight the work done by this House and its members. In addition to the live broadcast of chamber proceedings, I will support efforts to further actualize the provisions of Article 119 of the Constitution on petitions made to the House by adequately facilitating the work of the new Public Petitions Committee. To my mind, ensuring meaningful access to the House will, like a transparent glass, make Parliament more visible, disrobed of the mystery that people might perceive of its processes. Honorable members, my second assurance to this House is that I will actively maintain committee with other constitutional bodies, promote consultation, and cultivate healthy relations with the bounds of our Constitution, within the bounds of our Constitution and our governing statutes. In the exercise of our oversight functions over state offices and public bodies, I will strive to ensure that all material information necessary for the work of Parliament is availed in a timely fashion by the persons in the National Executive ultimately responsible to this House. I shall strictly enforce the requirement enshrined under Article 153, 3, and 4 of the Constitution, which requires Cabinet Secretaries to attend before the committees of the House to exhaustively answer questions and give full and regular reports on matters under their control. Honorable members, indeed, as some of you may be aware, I served in this House as a member, as from the 7th Parliament, and I therefore fully understand what it is to be one of you. I have also been a senator, and hence I also fully understand what it is to be a sibling brother. I have served in the executive as a minister and assistant minister in different portfolios. I have led various reforms to the rules of procedure of this House during the 7th Parliament, and was the head of the delegation of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific EU Union Joint Assemblies, and internationally, I'll continue building on the long and rich relationship we have to not just with the ACP EU, but also the East African Legislative Assembly, the Pan-African Parliament, regional integration bodies, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the International Parliamentary Union. Suffice to mention, honorable members, that the standing orders you enjoy using today with the committee system were drafted by yours truly, the late Bonaya Godana, Julius Sunkuli, whom I believe has been re-elected to this House, and one Bishop Kimani, then Member of Parliament from Nakuru. Honorable members, I have worn many hats, but one of the greatest leadership lessons I carry with me to date is that a leader is a servant of the people. I live by the great words of the 22nd and 24th U.S. President, Grover Cleveland, who served between 1885 to 1889 and 1893 to 1897, who once said, and I quote, "Office holders are the agents of the people, not their masters." These words always ring true to me, and hence moving on, I will be your servant and your agent. My eyes shall be keen to see and listen to all of you. My office will not be an ivory tower, it will be accessible to all of you. Understand to be impartial and promise to see to it that you are able to effectively discharge your constitutional mandate. I am fully confident of building on the past successes of this House and charting new paths that will lead us to more glory and maintain this House as the pride of all Kenyans. Honorable members, I wish to inform you that the National Assembly has organized an induction retreat for all members of this House, which will take place from 18th to 24th September 2022 at a venue to be communicated in due course. This retreat will be a great opportunity for you to thoroughly acquaint yourselves with your mandate, parliamentary processes, and the secrets and tools that will give you a head start as in serving your electorate. I encourage you to attend all these sessions. Honorable members, I wish to commend the acting clerk of the National Assembly and her able team of officers for the successful conduct of the pre-swearing in orientation last month. The acting clerk has informed me that more than 95% of the members turned up for this exercise. This is a clear sign of your passion to discharge your constitutional mandate, and I encourage all of you to maintain that enthusiasm to serve our people. Honorable members, as I conclude, I unequivocally submit myself to the collective will of this House and reiterate my singular desire to serve with the impartiality, fidelity to the Constitution and the laws of this land, our standing orders, practices, precedents, and traditions of this House. I thank you all. God bless Kenya. God bless our Parliament. Honorable members, I now direct the clerk to read the next order and proceed with the steps necessary for the election of the Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Order number 4, election of the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I have the following report to make as a returning officer on this order. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces notified this first sitting of the National Assembly of the 13th Parliament, via Gazette Notice number 10527 of 2022, dated 5th September 2022. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 1062A of the Constitution, the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly became vacant when the previous holder, as a member of the House, vacated the office under Article 103 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in exercise of the power conferred by Standing Order number 13, I notified the general public of a vacancy in the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly via Gazette Notice number 10530 of 2022, dated 5th September 2022. I additionally publicized the declaration of the vacancy by advertisement in 3 newspapers of national circulation. In the notice and the advertisement, I invited interested persons who qualify to be elected as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in accordance with the Constitution to submit their nomination papers for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. The following 7 persons collected nomination papers from the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly between Monday, 5th September 2022 and Wednesday, 7th September 2022. 1. Robert Gishimu Githinji. 2, Farah Maalim. 3, Gladys Jepkosgei Boss. 4, Farah Yusuf Mohammed. 5, Moses Gushine Kirimi. 6, Paul Otiende Amolo. 7, George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Honorable Speaker, as per the Gazette notice and the advertisement, a person who collected nomination papers was required to submit the completed nomination papers together with their curriculum vitae and the relevant supporting documents to the Clerk of the National Assembly in Committee Room Number 7, Main Parliament Building, not later than 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, 7th September 2022. The office of the Clerk of the National Assembly remained open on Monday, September 5th, 2022, from 2:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Tuesday, 6th September 2022, from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., and Wednesday, 7th September 2022, from 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., for purposes of both collection and return of nomination papers. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, at the close of the nomination period, the following 3 persons had submitted their nomination papers for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. The Honorable Farah Maalim, the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, and the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Further, Honorable Speaker, I wish to notify the House that I received a letter from the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, dated the 7th of September 2022, conveying the withdrawal of his candidature for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 106 of the Constitution and Standing Order Number 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the 3 members who returned their nomination papers qualified as candidates for election to the office of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. And again, I repeat, they are the Honorable Farah Maalim, the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, and the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, I published and made available to all members the list showing the 3 members qualified as candidates for election as the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in the ballot to be conducted during the 3rd business of the 1st sitting of the House. Honorable Speaker, I wish to also notify the House that I have since received a letter from the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma, dated today, 8 September 2022, conveying the withdrawal of his candidature for election as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. His decision therefore compels me to invoke the provision of Standing Order 8 on withdrawal of a candidate, which provides that, and I quote, a candidate may, by written notice to the clerk, withdraw his or her candidate or her name before the ballot is started, and in the event of such withdrawal, the clerk shall cross out the name of that candidate of any ballot paper issued for that or any other subsequent ballot. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, I therefore would like to request that the name of the Honorable George Peter Opondo Kaluma be crossed out before the issuance of the ballot for the election. The provisions of Standing Order Number 13 provide as follows, and I quote, the procedure for electing a Deputy Speaker shall, with necessary modifications, be the same as that prescribed for the election of the Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for the record, Standing Order 6 provides as follows with regard to the voting procedure where more than one candidate qualifies to stand for election as Speaker. The election of Speaker shall be by secret ballot. The clerk shall, at the commencement of each ballot, cause the ballot box, empty and unlocked, to be displayed to the House, and shall, in the presence of the House, lock the box, which shall thereafter be kept in the full view of the House until the completion of the ballot. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, each honorable member will be issued one ballot paper at the table and proceed to cast his or her vote at the voting, to mark his or her vote at the voting booths. Ballots shall be issued by the officers to the members on either side of the house. A member who wishes to vote shall mark his or her ballot paper by placing a visible mark in the space provided beside the name of the candidate he or she wishes to vote for. Thereafter, the member should fold the marked ballot paper before leaving the booth and deposit it in the ballot box. A member who, before conclusion of a ballot, has marked his paper in error may, by returning it to the clerk, obtain another in his place. The first ballot paper shall be marked cancelled and shall be destroyed. Honorable members, when it appears to me that all members who are present and who wish to vote have deposited their ballot papers in the ballot box, I shall unlock the box, examine the ballot papers, and having rejected those unmarked or spoiled, report the results of the ballot. May I also notify honorable members that a member who shall not have already recorded his or her vote after I have unlocked the ballot box shall not be entitled to do so. The counting of the ballots shall take place in the presence of all members and members appointed as agents or representatives by the candidates. Each candidate is allowed a maximum of one agent for purposes of the ballot. Honorable Speaker, in line with the requirements of Standing Order 7.1, a person shall not be elected as Deputy Speaker unless he or she is supported in the ballot by the votes of 2/3 of all members during the first round. I would like to remind the House that this 2/3 threshold is not a constitutional requirement, as I had said earlier, and it was never the intention of the framers of the Constitution to say that it has to be 2/3. Otherwise, it should have been clearly stated. It is a procedural step to ease the election of a Deputy Speaker on the first round of the ballot. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 7.2, in the event that no candidate is supported by votes of 2/3 of all members after the first round of voting, the candidate who receives the highest number of votes and the candidate who receives the next highest number of votes shall alone stand for election in the second round. The candidate who receives the highest number of votes in the second round shall stand elected as Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to remind the House that this particular voting is by secret ballot. Members are not allowed to display their marked ballots to the House, the galleries, or any other person. If it is brought to the attention of the returning officer that a member has displayed his or her ballot paper, it will be considered a spoiled vote. Members from the media fraternity are also reminded to observe Rule 3C of the broadcasting rules, which provides that wide-angle shots of the chamber shall not be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, may I repeat? Wide shots of the chamber shall be used during voting and division, and no shot shall be taken so as to show the manner in which a member has voted in any secret ballot. Honorable members, we have set the voting booth next to the dispatch table. There are 4 voting booths on each side of the table. Members on the right side of the speaker will cast their ballots in the voting booth on that side of the table, and vice versa. Having explained the voting procedure, I now wish to ask the Chief Sergeant at Arms to go forward, to open the ballot box and display it to the honorable members. Honorable members, you have witnessed for yourself that the ballot boxes are empty. I will now request the Chief Sergeant at Arms to close and lock the ballot boxes. After the ballot boxes are closed and locked, the next step before we start to call out the names of the members to come and vote is for the candidates to appoint agents. I will start with the first candidate, who is the Honorable Farah Maalim. Mheshimiwa, do you have an agent? All right. I see. All right. I see the Honorable TJ Kajwang. I now move to the Honorable Gladys Jepkosgei Boss.
The candidate, the agent is here.
Okay. I see the Honorable Dr. Robert Pukose. And the agents have already stepped forward. Honorable Speaker, may I now ask my officers to prepare to call out the names of honorable members in the order I stated earlier. When the name of an honorable member is called, please make your way forward and pick your ballot paper and vote. We'll accord priority to the 3 senior members of the House and members with disability. And voting will start now.
Duale Adan Bare, Ngongo John Mbadi, Maalim Farah.
you can see.
Mumo Rose Museo, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Lomwa Joseph Samao, Masara Peter Francis, and Kosgei Jackson Kipkemoy. Chumel Samuel Moroto, Rai Samuel Gonzi, Welie Adan Kenan. Ahmed Shakil Ahmed Shabir, Hassan Abdi Yusuf, Kunjuri Festus Mwangi, Lekuton Joseph, Mbiuki Japheth Meriti Kareke. Odhiambo Millie Grace Akoth, Sirma Musa Jerutich, Wanjara Rafael Sauti Bita.
Joroge anaitana. Enda Joroge. Enda. Kiwa napanga laini.
Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Abdurrahim Dawood, Arama Samuel, Aramat Lemanken, Badibadi Twalib. Bowen David Kangogo, Chege Sabina Wanjiru Maito, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel, Chesebe Kapondi, Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph, Gakuya James Mwangi. Ikaria David, Gimose Charles Gumini, Ichongwa Anthony Kimani, Ijendi Moses Malulu, Kaluma George Peter Opondo, Kanchori Elijah Memusi, Kiaraho David Njuguna. Kihara Jane Wanjiru Njeri, Kingola Patrick Makau, Kibiwot Julius Meli, Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno, Kombe Harrison Garama, Korere Sara Polata.
Koye John Waluke, Koyo James Onyango, Lagat Benjamin Kipkoril, Balu Jessica Nduku Kiko, Boko Mishi Juma Hamisi, Boy Robert. Mohamed Junet Sheikh Noor, Mohamed Junet Sheikh Noor, Mule Stephen Mutinda, Mulu Makale Benson, Musau Vincent Musioka, Naika Johnson Manya, Nanok Daniel Epuyo. Nyamai Rachel Kaki, Nyikao James Wabura, Ochieng David Ouma, Odanga Geoffrey Magoa, Odwor Christine Obaka, Ogola Gideon Ochanda, Owor Joshua Aduma. Kosing David Losiako, Ukose Robert Raso Dido Ali, Robbie Matthias Nyamambe, Shibwa Omar Mwinyi, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Shinyali Bernard Masaka. Sudi Oscar Kipchumba, Sunguli Julius Lekakeni, Wahome Alice Mudhoni, Wadai James Opio, Wangwe Emmanuel, Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin. Chelule Liza Chepkoril, Lesuda Josephine Naisula, Wajira Martha Wagari, Aburi Lawrence Mpuru, Muya Wajiku. Oundo Wilberforce Ojiambo, Abdullahi Bashir Sheikh, Adagala Beatrice Kahai, Akuja Protas Ewesit, Alpha Miruka Odieki, Amolo Paul Otiende, Atandi Samuel Onunga.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The clerks are requesting, and I direct that if you have not been called, please remain in your seats so that we don't have too much crowding at the voting table. If you have not been called, resume your seats and wait for your name to be called, then you come and cast your ballot.
Bada Salim Veso, Baya Owen Ya, Benzimba Rashid Juma, Buyu Rosa Akinyi, Chege John Kiragu, Chepkwonyi Charity Kadambi. Gashombe Samuel Kinuthia, Gadhiru Mejodang Benjamin, Gitari Joseph Gashoki, Gitao Faith Wairimu, Githinji Robert Gishimu, GK George Masharia Kariuki. Gogo Lilian Achieng, Guyo Ali Wario, Hassan Kulo Mahalim, Iribae Said Buya, Kagesi Kivai Hanest Ogesi, Kaangara Joseph Buru, Kalasinga Joseph Simiyu, Kamene Joyce. Kamuren Charles, Kandie Joshua Chepigon, Karani Stephen Washira, Karemba Eric Muchangi, Kasalu Irene Mudhoni, Kasait William Kamket. Katana Po Kahindi, Kemei Justice Kipsang, Kemero Maisori Marua, Kimani Francis Kuria, Kimilu Joshua Kivinda, Kingara Simon Nganga, Kirima Moses Gushine, Kitty Richard Ken Chonga. Koech Nelson, Kosgei Hilary Kiplagat, Kwenya Dhuku Zakari, Lentonchoni Jackson Lekumondare, Lochakapong Peter. Luyei Caleb Amisi, Mawadhe Julius Musili, Bai Nimrod Bidhuka, Mizigi Lydia Aika Mnene, Mohamed Ali, Momanyi Innocent Obiri, Mogina Jerusha Momanyi, Muchira Michael Mwangi. Muhanda Heosi Bushile, Muiruri Mudhama Stanley, Mukwana Titus Kamala, Muli Fabian Chule, Muliungi Gideon Mutemi, Murugara George Gitonga, Muridhania Ridikiri Mugambi,
Mtua Didmas Wekesa Barasa, Mutunga John Kanyuithia, Mwakuona Danson Mwashako, Mwale Nicholas S. Tindi, Mwalika David Mboni. Mwanyanje Gertrude Mbeyu, Mwirigi John Paul, Nabulindo Peter Oscar, Ndungu George Koimburi, Nganga Alice Wambui. Ngikolong Nicholas Ngikor Nixon, Nguna Charles Ngusia, Njoroge Mary wa Maua Waidhira, Mtwiga Patrick Munene, Nyamita Mark Ogola. Nyamoko Joash Nyamache, Nyenze Edith Vethi, Nyoro Samson Ndindi, Nzambia Thaddeus Kidhua, Nzengu Paul Musimi. Nzioka Erastus Kivasu, Obara Eve Akinyi, Obo Ruweida Mohamed, Odege Tom Mboya, Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng. Odoyo Okello Jared, Oku Edward Kaunya, Okwome Andrew Adipo, Oluoch Anthony Tom, Omboko Milemba Jeremiah. Omwera George Aladwa, Ongili Babu Owino Paul, Onyengo Silvanus Osoro, Otucho Mary Emaase, Owino John Walter, Owino Martin Peters. Oyula Joseph H. Maero, Pasaris Esther Mudhoni, Paul Abur, Risa Sunkuia George, Sanei Ibrahim Abdi. Sholei Gladys Jepkosgei Boss, Shurie Abdi Omar, Sitienei Janet Jepkemboi, Tandaza Kasim Sawa, Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal, Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei, Wachira Rahab Mukami, Wamashukuru James Gidhua Kamau, Wambirianga Catherine Nanjala. Wamshomba Gadhoni, Wangaya Christopher Aseka, Wanjiku John Juguna, Waweru John Kiarie, Were Charles Ongondo, Yegon Brighton Leonard, Yusuf Adan Haji, Elache Beatrice Kadeveresia, Wako Naomi Jilo, Sergon Florence Jematia, Abdi Ali, Abdi Hamis Chome. Abdurrahman Hussein Weitan Mohammed, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi, Abdullahi Amina Dika, Aburi Donya Doris, Ali Abdisirat Khalif, Barasa Patrick Simiyu, Barongo Nolfason Obadia, Bare Hussein Abdi, Barto Phyllis Jepkemoi, Basil Robert Ngui, Diego Paul Kibichi. Bisau Morris Kakai, Bonaya Mumina Golo, Busia Ruth Adhiambo Odinga, Bwire John Okano, Caroline Jepto Ngelechei, Chebor Paul Kibet, Cherorot Joseph Kimutai, Chiforomodo Mangale Munga, Chimba Zamzam Mohammed, Dinar Joseph Hamisi, Double N Pamela Njokinjeru, Emathe Joseph Namuar, Farah Yusuf Mohammed, Gachagua George N, Gichohi Gakuchia John Philip, Gichohi Kaguchia John Philip, Gichoki Edwin Mugo, Gisairo Cleve Ombane, Guyo Ade Wario, Hamisi Kakuta Mai, Haro Abdul Ibrahim, Harun Suleka Hulbale, Ikana Frederick Lusuli. Ikiara Dorothy Mudhoni, Iraya Joseph Wainaina, Idhinji Dr. Shadrack Mwiti, Jaldesa Guyo Wako, Jeho Fatuma Abdi, Jihanda Zahir, Kagiri Jane Wangeshi, Kagombe Gabriel Gaduka, Kahugu Eric Mwangi, Kailemia Elizabeth Karambu, Karauri Ronald Kamwiko, Karidho Kiili Daniel, Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi, Kemei Beatrice Chepngeno. Kode Felix Odiwor, Kiamba Susan Ndunge, Kibagenti Anthony, Kihungi Peter Irungu, Kilel Richard Cheruyot. Kipkoech Gideon Kimaiyo, Kipkoros Joseph Makilap, Kiplagat David, Kipngor Ruben Kiborek, Kiprono Mutai Alfred, Kirwa Abraham Kipsang, Kitany Mary Ann Jebet,
Kitilai Olentutu, Kitur Bernard Kibor, Koech Victor Kipngetich, Komingoi Kibet Kirui, Korir Adams Kipsanai, Yakub Ado Kuno, Kururia Elijah Njore Njoroge, Lelmengit Joseph Kipto Kosgei, Lenguris Pauline, Letipila Dominic Eli, Linet Chepkorir, Logova Sloya Clement, Titus Lote, Manaiba Julius Taitumo, Machele Mohamed Sud, Maina Betty Njeri, Maina Jane Njeri, Maina Mwago Amos, Makali John Okwisia, Mamwacha Onchoke Charles, Manduku Daniel Ogoka, Manduku Daniel Ogoka, Marubu Monica Mudhoni, Matiso Fatuma Hamisi, Madhenge Duncan Maina, Mayaka Irene Nyakerairo, Mnyazi Amina Laura, Mogaka Stephen, Mohamed Abdikadir Hussein, Mohamed Aden Daudi, Mohamed Umul Khair Harun, Mohamed Fatuma Zainabu, Mukaya Nyakundi Jafeth, Mrembo Irene Joki, Mugabe Innocent Maino, Muge Cynthia Jepkoskei, Mukunji John Gitonga Mwaniki. Mulanya Geoffrey Ekesa, Mule Caleb Mutiso, Munyore Joseph Kamau, Mupe Anthony Kenga. Muradha Ann Wanjiku Mugo, Muriu Wakili Edward, Murumba John Chikati, Mutuse Ekomas Mwengi, Mwafrika Augustine Kamande, Mwalio Joshua Mbidhi Mutua, Mwangi Godfrey Wandeto, Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru, Mwenje Mark Samuel Muridhi, Nabii Nabwera Daraja, Nabuin Paul Ekwom, Namoit John Atiko, Nduyo Susan Ngugi, Nabat Bernard Muriuki, Ngitit Cecilia Asien, Nguro Onesmus Ngogoyo, Omanyo Catherine Nahabi, Omondi Karoli, Orero Peter Ocheng, Oron Joshua Odongo, Osero Patrick Kibagendi. Osoro Bensuda Joyce Atieno, Oyugi Dick Maungu, Pareio Agnes Mantaine, Ruku Godfrey Kariuki Kiringa, Ruto Julius Kipleting, Sakimba Parashina Samuel, Salasia Pitia Kalerwa, Sankaire Lea Sopiato, Shake Peter Mbogo, Sheikh Umulkhair Kasim, Sigei Francis Kipiegon, Siad Amina Udgun, Sioi Lilian Chebet, Tonkei Rebecca Nonanshi, Toroitich Timothy Kipchumba, Tubi Bidu Mohamed, Tungule Charo Kenneth Kazungu, Wainaina Anthony Njoroge, Wainaina Michael Wambugu, Waidhaka John Mashua, Wamboka Nelson Jack. Wanyonyi Martin Pepela, Yakub Farah Salah, Yegon Richard Kipkemoi,
Honorable Speaker, it appears to me that the last ballot has been cast. However, before proceeding to count the ballots, if there is any member who has not voted, he or she may now step forward and vote. Is there any member who has not voted? Okay, fine. Proceed and vote. Yes. Okay. Is there any other member? There are. Okay, okay.